down on the general classification too. So he's trying to get up there because he's wearing the KOM jersey. Ton of times. We're getting about halfway up the climb. We see Mads Pedersen's getting dropped. He's in a group of about 30, 40 riders. He's getting dropped back there, but the peloton's going to slow up a little.
This is a real affliction. He has low pixel face. This is a high resolution photo of a low pixel man. Anyway, Christopher Waller is likely in the current running to be our next Fed chair. And this is because he is nonstop pandering to Trump by constantly saying how we need more rate cuts. You know, we got to cut rates. He just keeps saying we need to cut rates. And so that's why he's considered to be the perfect choice for this role, because he does what Trump wants. One thing he said kind of spooked me, though, today, which he said he is back on team transitory regarding inflation. Let's see if I can get this exact quote. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, he's pro-trans. Yeah, she's saying he's on team transitory because he's pro-trans rights. You guys figured it out. No, he said,
don't worry about those prices. If there's any pass-through, there'll be some.
It is funny to have our next Fed chair be speaking at the Economic Club of Miami during a real estate meltdown, talking about how everything's great. We need rate cuts. Everything's great, and we need rate cuts.
Like that. Based on that, long-standing central bank wisdom is you just look through it. Just like if you increase the sales tax, that would raise the price of what everybody has to pay. But no one would say, oh, that's going to just cause inflation to go taking off. And I doubt very much that workers would go to their bosses.
This is him explaining why tariffs will raise prices, but not in like an inflationary way. It'll be a one-time thing, so we can still cut rates.
But it's weird with tariffs. That's immediately what people start saying. Oh, tariffs, prices will go up and it'll be more expensive. I got to ask for a raise. Well, you don't do it on the sales tax. You don't do it if your income tax goes up or any other taxes go up.
Isn't it crazy to have a guy telling regular working people that, yeah, your stuff's going to get more expensive, but you can't ask for a raise? Yeah, everything you buy is going to be more expensive, but because it's a one-time thing, it's like you're not going to ask for a raise. We're not going to have inflation based on that. Just look through it.
So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm back on team transitory.
So team transitory, that's a reference to the first mistake Jerome Powell made in 2021. We all remember 2021, NFTs, good times, and massive crippling inflation, like 10% inflation, like really, really high inflation that caused a huge amount of distress and probably led to Joe Biden getting destroyed. I mean, his speech didn't help, but so anyway, they called it team transitory because at the time in 2021, Jerome Powell said, well, I think this inflation is going to be transitory, so we don't need to raise rates. So they were very, very slow to raising rates to fight that inflation, because by the time they realized it wasn't transitory and then the inflation was sticky and was continuing to be a problem, then they had to raise rates really fast and they were very late to it. And so now we are 4 years later and inflation still has never gotten back down to 2%. And we have a big price surge coming from tariffs. And he's like, I'm back on team transitory, as if like this is all going to go away. We haven't even, I find it all to be so insane. This guy really will not care if all of the prices of the things we buy go through the roof. Now, maybe he's doing it to get the job and he'll be more level-headed, but I'm kind of sick of that being my only theory. I'm kind of sick of that being my only theory, bro. I don't like to have to be like, oh, these guys are just crazy till they get the job. I thought Powell said something about tariffs being transitory too. Yeah, he did. I mentioned this. But Powell's not at least as hard of a rate cut advocate as this guy. Even Mr. Wonderful said in an interview today that rate cuts will lead to hyperinflation. Mr. Wonderful said that? That's out of character. Mr. Wonderful hyperinflation. Dude, Mr. Wonderful. I don't care what he said, bro. I can't find it, but his profile picture is him holding up two like $100,000 watches to cover his eyes. What a cartoon character. What a cartoon character, bro. O'Leary warns of hyperinflation if Trump sets interest rates. Okay, that's a little different. I mean, this is true. This is today. Yeah, just to be clear, this is not just if the Fed cuts. This is if Trump personally is setting interest rates. If the Fed is no longer independent and Donald Trump can just raise or lower them, at will, then it's real trouble. And I do agree. Yeah. I mean, that's not just, that's the Turkey example that I showed with Erdogan. But you could find that for many countries. Once the president or the leader, supreme leader, can control the central bank, hyperinflation is soon to follow. Like, they didn't make central banks independent for no reason. It's like a lesson learned from history. The reason you had to do it is because it's the only way to get the stability of the currency. You could probably get them on Lemonade Stand. Do we have some guests? We got some guests coming up for Lemonade Stand. We're kind of powering through on just us right now, but then we have a lot of guests. Yeah, I think a really good amount. We have some good guests, and I'm excited about all of them, to be honest. It's our first guest is a 3-part discussion between Mr. Beast, Xi Jinping, and the ghost of Joe Biden, who will have died by the time we record. But we'll come back for the... Plus Team Cherry will be there, but only talking about interest rates. It's going to be Team Cherry for an interest rate discussion, and it's going to be Xi Jinping for a Silk Song discussion, actually. So we get people out of their comfort zone. We mix things up. Aiden will not be attending any of the guests. Aiden will not be there. Mao, Lenin, Max debate to follow. I assume you meant Marx, but it's way more funny to think I got the ghost of Mao, Lenin, and my friend Max. The big 3 sort of to discuss just this dude named Max. Max Verstappen. Chairman Mao, Vladimir Lenin, and Max Verstappen are going to discuss economic theory. Black Boy Max. Hey, Trick, I rewatched Slower Than All. Suddenly, bid back then NVIDIA was 6% of S&P 500, and now it's 8%. Don't try to get me to talk about NVIDIA early.
Please be live, please be live. Oh.
Around Chamonix for a bit of the old timers. I ran UTMB over a decade ago. There was the Bunker Bar. There was a dance club.
Had been running for
street
19
that
hours.
was really where you went if you wanted to celebrate your wins. That would be the perfect place.
Straight from the finish line to the Bunker Bar.
Yeah, there we go.
Exactly.
We were talking about before, he was super positive about him being out there and enjoying this weather and this course, but he's going to be so pumped that he's gone from an 11th place last year to 3rd place this year.
And this is really one of those kind of like life-changing moments for somebody like Josh to have a performance on this stage.
20 hours in this terrain.
None of these performances
Jesus
happen
Christ.
out of the blue. He's been, for years working hard at this. And so it's always so special to see somebody like Josh be able to put it all together on the biggest stage. And he's going to be a podium finisher at UTMB. Incredible.
Bragging rights for life.
For life. Nobody gets to take that away from you.
Nope.
There's a cool video that was put out on Josh, having a look at him via the North Face put that out. I think it was James Poole that was actually throwing that video together. It was a while ago, but it does have a look into the life of.
If that's your game, I don't even care if you're complimenting a great video of mine. Don't try to lure me into the trap, okay? Speaking of that video, though, which I think is aged beautifully. That's all I'll say. I'm very proud of that video. I think it's aged beautifully. I think it will continue to age beautifully. I think that video, everything in it came true or will come true. And one part of that I wanted to discuss was this. So in that video, I talked specifically about how Florida and Texas are extremely risky for real estate. And this article was today. Florida's housing market was once red hot. Now it's one of the coldest in the country. And it just goes through all the declining sales, falling housing prices in Florida. This is like...
But this is because they have less building restrictions, right?
Verbatim. What I'm saying 8 months ago, lots of for sale signs around. Some of you live in Florida? Yeah, dude, I have heard. I was again reading Melody Wright, but yeah, I've heard that You know, it's like, it's just it's like there's this the beginning of panic and then a little bit past that. You know, it's like people are like, oh boy, it's not selling, huh? What if we drop the price just a little bit? Still not selling, huh? Oh boy, a lot of for sale signs on the street. What if we drop the price a little bit more? And it's just like, it's like the gully scene in Big Short. It's just like everyone's selling and no one's buying. I don't understand why the stock market has an opening time. Like with modern tech, why isn't it just open all the time? It's actually a good question. People your age, I'm assuming young, I'm assuming 20s, are asking this nonstop. And so a lot of the exchanges are trying to shift to a 24-hour model. They're thinking about, they're trying to do it. Especially the non-NYSE, because they want to compete with the NYSE. And it's because crypto trades 24 hours and everyone's gotten used to it. The reason you wouldn't want to do it is because, first of all, the people who do this professionally have to sleep eventually. They have to be able to monitor the market and they have to be able to sleep. And secondly is nobody wants, how do I put this? Like if there's a set number of hours in the day, you know, like if this is the 24-hour cycle and you can only trade in this window, well, that makes this part it's very liquid. There's a lot of activity here. So you can always get a buy or a sell. Things are buying and selling. Everything is compressed. But if you get rid of these barriers, then you end up with a lot of periods where there's no buyers or sellers. Things aren't as liquid. And in fact, you may be able to have like abuses of this system. So let's say you wake up at 3 a.m. when there's no traders and you can dump a bunch of shares or something and drastically move the price because there's not a lot of liquidity. There's just a more chance of being able to do things, to be able to move the price with small amounts of stock. You really want to have a very liquid market so you're getting accurate prices. But people like you are demanding it, and it may happen, regardless of what I say or whether the benefits would be, because people want 24 hours, baby. Not even BlackRock is buying up the houses in Florida and Texas. I think people have a misconception about corporations buying housing, and they think that no matter what, it will work out for them. In fact, it can be very foolish on their end. First of all, they don't have a big of percent as you think they do. But when they buy these houses, because they expect the price to go up, they expect to be able to, or the rental price to be able to go up. If they buy, you know, a bunch of developments, they want to be able to raise the rent every year. But if they notice that no one's buying and, you know, maybe rents are falling because no one can afford it, then in fact, they're losing money. They've lost a bunch of money and they're panicking. They have to unload and sell. Some of these corporations are unloading their stock of housing because they're scared. They're pooped. Yeah, I mean, just worth noting. At least in a place like Florida, man, I would hate to be a real estate guy.
Remover 6000. Don't look at that. It spins this 40-pound tube up to 1,000 RPM to coat the inside in mystery goo. This stuff is under 100 Gs of acceleration to get an even distribution. The tube is the case for my Space Shot solid rocket motor, and the mystery goo is a thermal liner that protects it from melting during the burn. I dialed in the formula for this stuff last summer, but as you'll see in this video, it still needs some work, and that's not the only problem. Between 3D prints that got too hot, a mixer that went too fast, and a machine that desperately needs some thread locker, this spin casting problem was harder to solve than I thought.
Oh yeah, dude, I think this is not good.
The Limb Remover 6000 is made from 1515 aluminum extrusion set up in a frame. 2 caster wheels are placed at either end to support tubes of any diameter. The tube is constrained at either end with casters running along the edges and constrained vertically by casters at the top. These are loosely engaged to prevent this thing from bouncing out and unleashing about 1,000 joules of kinetic energy. That's about the same energy as someone throwing a gallon of milk at you at 50 miles per hour. You'd probably survive, but it would be upsetting. The tube is spun by an O-ring geared down and connected to a CNC spindle motor that drives it. This lets me change the speed using the spindle controller. As you'll see later in this video, we actually need to coat the tube in several liquids at various speeds. Spinning a tube for long periods of time at variable speeds is something only a spin caster can do. There is no other machine that can do this. But like, for real, why not use a lathe? These things are designed to spin heavy objects for long periods of time, and I know it could work for spin casting because I've done it. When I made the Simplex V2 motor last year, I spun cast the liner on this, and it worked great, so why would we switch it up now? The main reason is that I now mix and cast rocket motors in a new space that I'm calling the bakery. I set this place up recently, and the goal of it is to keep the dangerous parts of mixing and casting rocket motors in a controlled, isolated area. This space is not a machine shop, it's not for fabricating parts, it has one goal: keep the hazardous operations in a controlled, designated, isolated area. So I'm not gonna move the lathe here, and it isn't very close by. When I mix a liner, the last step is to add the MDI, which hardens the mix in a matter of minutes. That means I can't mix a liner in the bakery, then bring it to the lathe to spin cast. It'll take too long. If I wanted to use the lathe, I'd need a mixer right there. But you need more than a mixer to make a liner. You need HTPB, IDP, MDI, carbon black, Kevlar pulp, mold release, etc. Most of these are the chemicals that I use to make rocket motors, and they all belong in the bakery. It's a huge waste if I have to store two sets of materials in different places. So, I cannot use this lathe, I need a separate spin casting machine. My first step was to hit up my buddy Sam Austin. Sam had built a spin caster previously for 4-inch motors out of steel Unistrut, some soft rubber wheels, and an Arduino for speed control. He wasn't using it, so he shipped me the parts and I got it set up. I like to show the parts of a project that make me look good, but it's worth showing the parts that make me look dumb. And this one is the latter. I don't know why it didn't click for me that an 8-inch tube wouldn't work on a 4-inch spin caster, but it didn't. And the diameter isn't the issue. It's the mass. At a guess, the tubes that Sam was working with here were probably 13 pounds, and with the liner loaded, my case will be 50. While Sam's design did spin the tube, the soft rubber casters started rubbing off on their mounts. The motor couldn't spin it very fast, and to make this feel safer, it needed enough modifications that I decided to start from scratch. I picked aluminum T-slot extrusion because I've worked with it so many times before, and it's basically like Legos for engineers. I guess that's just Legos. It's like expensive Legos for engineers. Okay, it's still just Legos. It's like really expensive Legos for An important part of this design is thread locker, i.e. the stuff you should be applying to every single screw on a machine that vibrates. I'm not putting any of that on at this stage. The goal right now is to make sure I know where each joint needs to go, and once that's done, we can lock everything in place. That's why this goofy clip of an early on test has screws falling out. I thought it could be fun for us to take a vacation to the island here, but I think this was a funnier bit in my head, if I'm to be honest. I need to make sure this spinning tube can't become a flying tube. There are two main ways that can happen. The most obvious of these is the tube bouncing up off of the 4 base rollers. If the liner has any asymmetry, this is bound to happen. Tubes only do this when they're really unhappy. To prevent it from bouncing up and out, I put a single roller on top between the 2 base rollers. Provided the tube is straight, this should keep it from bouncing around in the machine. Weird that it doesn't seem to be working though. Seems like you could just move the roller down a little bit and constrain it harder. Huh. Wonder if there's an explanation for that requires context we haven't yet learned. The second vector of destruction is the tube scooting out either side of the machine. Unless the tube is a perfect circle, it's not. And unless the rollers are perfectly aligned, they aren't. The tube is naturally going to want to slowly move to one side or the other. I constrained this with an elevated roller on either side that can roll against the edge of the tube. And that's how I keep this setup just a little bit safer. All right, let's leave the island. This place sucks. I wish I was in bed scrolling reels. I picked a CNC spindle motor to drive the tube for one simple reason. Shipped way faster than everything else. There's a good argument for it though. On a fundamental level, this is a motor that's designed to spin for long periods of time, and it comes with its own mounting points that slot right into T-slot hardware. It's also air-cooled with its own internal fan, which keeps the setup much simpler, but as for speed, it maxes out at 24,000 RPM. That's way faster than I need. As a fun thought experiment, if I managed to spin this tube up to 24,000 RPM, the G-force on the internal surface would be irrelevant because the hoop stress within the tube would have caused it to explode. Cool! By gearing the motor down, I can target something more reasonable. I 3D printed a 2-inch O-ring drive wheel to attach it to the CNC spindle motor, and an 8-inch tube with a 2-inch drive wheel is a gear ratio of 4:1, so our max RPM, hypothetically, is now 6,000 RPM, which, of course, we're not gonna hit. The friction from the wheels, the shape of the tube, and the low torque from a CNC spindle means we're probably gonna fall well short of that number. In experimental testing at home, I was able to hit about 1,000 RPM on the case alone. That felt like a nice round number, so with the location of the joints all set, I applied a generous amount of thread locker to every critical screw. After running the Spincaster for about an hour, I got out a thermal camera to make sure nothing was overheating. The motor was by far the hottest, at 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 39 Celsius. For a full hour of running, this doesn't feel too bad. The O-ring and base rollers only got mildly warm. The way this camera scales colors is a little deceiving. This wheel looks very hot, but it's actually only 27 Celsius, which is 80 Fahrenheit. All these numbers sound fine to me, so I put the Spincaster in my car and started driving to the bakery. While I'm heading to the bakery, let's talk hypotheticals. This drive wheel is made out of PLA plastic, so it melts at low temperature. Hypothetically, if this were to experience a bunch of friction, possibly hypothetically, it could get hot. That could, in theory, perhaps lead to a problem. If you were smarter than me, you might solve this problem by getting this part CNC machined by the sponsor of today's video, PCBWay. Don't let the name fool you. PCBWay certainly does circuit board fabrication and someone should make a video about reaching the finish line on your projects. Hypothetically, this part would have been a great candidate to get made by PCBWay's machining services. And not to spoil it, but if I had planned a little further ahead, I probably would have done that. Maybe you don't have access to a big fancy machine shop, or maybe you simply don't have the time to spare to make every part on your project. And for either of those scenarios, PCBWay is a great fit. And they offer even more services. You can do sheet metal fabrication, inject away and you're gonna for about 10 minutes with the curative in. At over 60%, the bulk of this liner is made of hydroxyl-terminated polybutadiene, which is just a fancy way of saying liquid rubber. If you watched this video, you know that Kevlar pulp is also an important ingredient in this mix. The pulp enhances the performance of the liner during the burn. The two main upsides are that it pyrolyzes well, meaning it helps the liner form a char layer, and the stringiness of the pulp helps keep that char layer attached to the wall, instead of getting ripped away by the solid motor exhaust. The downside is that it nukes the flow properties of the liner. It becomes a very thick sludge, like thick with 5 C's, so getting it to spread out is not easy. Ideally, I could simply pour the liquid liner out of the mix bowl into the motor tube and spin the tube until it's even. That's how spin casting is supposed to work. The intense G-loading around the edge should spread a liquid out evenly, but Mystery Goo is so bad at flowing that we need to dispense it reasonably close to where it needs to end up. With the curative added in, the clock is ticking until this stuff hardens. I poured it into a long length of PVC tube with the help of my buddy Cam, who did not know how much manual labor he was signing up for. At this scale, it's simply way too much work to do this stuff alone, and I'm really grateful to have friends who are always down to help. Thank you, Cam. This pipe is going to be a liner dispenser. It's essentially one long cock tube. In previous motors, I've used smaller individual cock tubes, but those cock tubes are not big enough, and since they're small cock tubes, you need like 6 or 7 cock tubes to make it work. Please forgive me, I have the humor of a 10-year-old. Using Onshape, I designed this nifty way to get an even coat along the inner surface. We've got a tube, a nozzle, plunger, piston head, handle, and rollers. The rollers allow the tube to slowly spin while the dispenser rests on the inner surface. The outer tube is filled with Mystery Goo, and as it's pulled back against the anchored piston head, the goo is dispensed out the nozzle. Since the tube is slowly spinning and the nozzle keeps moving back, in theory, we should get an even coat of goo spiraling along the inner surface. But as soon as we began, the problem started showing up. Rotating at the slowest constant speed I could, Cam anchored the plunger and started pulling the outer tube back. Instead of sticking to the inner surface on the case like I wanted, the liner would bunch up into segments. It was much easier for it to clump up and stick to itself rather than form a new bond with the case. Once it did stick to the case wall, that only made it easier for clumpy sections to form. At the same time, we started hitting air pockets within the outer tube. In my stress to get liner loaded into the dispenser before it started to harden, I had inadvertently created big air pockets within it. Pockets ruin the whole goal of this tube setup, which is to ensure even distribution along the length of the case. The dispenser is sized for the target thickness of the liner. That means the cross-sectional area of the dispenser tube matches the cross-sectional area of the liner. Even if we don't get a perfect distribution radially on the inner diameter of the tube, we still get a good distribution along the length of the tube because those cross-sectional areas match. But air pockets in the dispenser will ruin that whole equation. If we distribute liner unevenly along the length of the motor, spin casting will help, but not by much. The liner doesn't flow well enough for us to count on that. Cam and I did our best to coat as much of the inner diameter as we could, but the problems only got worse. After distributing the liner along the length of the tube, I made the critical mistake of letting it sit for a few minutes while I inspected the inside to see how well it had coated the ID. While it sat, a good portion of the liner slumped to one side, making the radial distribution even worse, and when I tried to spin it up to full speed, the tube started slamming around because of the asymmetry. That slamming action took enough energy out of the system that it could never get faster than this speed, which is not really fast enough to do what we want. We tried our best to adjust the top roller on the machine to keep the tube from slamming around, but when the wheel was fully engaged, there wasn't enough motor power to spin it fast. After a few attempts like this, I decided to throw in the towel. The slamming tube does not bode well for the safety of the situation, but it wouldn't even matter if we kept spinning it, because the liner had started to harden by this point. At the start of the liner curative cycle, the mix was about 80 degrees Fahrenheit, but after only 10 minutes of mixing on high speed, it had shot up to 105. I mixed on high instead of low or medium to try and buy back time for me to load liner into the dispenser, but had actually shot myself in the foot. The elevated temperature made the liner cure much faster than normal. This dramatically shortened the work life of the liner, so effectively, we were cooked before we even loaded it into the case. Unfortunately, this case is scrapped. The liner has a very strong bond with the inside wall, and it won't be worth the effort to peel it off. The strong bond is a good thing, and it's intentional. I chemically etch and conversion coat the inner diameter of the case before we spin cast the liner into it. This makes the bond between the liner and aluminum way stronger than normal, and it will help keep things attached under high G loads during flight. But since this tube is scrapped, the next day I called a local metal supplier who said they could have a new one of these ready by noon. So while I'm driving to get a new case, let's make some changes and fix some problems. Problem 1, the CNC spindle motor does not have enough power. The solution? Add a second one. I'm not even kidding, it just makes sense. I know the motor works, it just lacks power. I picked it because it was cheap, shipped fast, had existing mounting holes, and an existing cooling setup. I also didn't need to spend any time messing with electronics. I took the motor out of the box, plugged it in, and it worked. Plus, with two motors, if one of these guys dies during casting, we can just fail over to the second one. This is the exact same reason I mix with two small propellant mixers instead of one large one. It's just nice to have a little more redundancy for a task where everything has to go right each time. Problem 2, engaging the top support makes the tube bind up in the center. I'll fix this by adding a second top support. These tubes aren't always perfectly straight, so by adding a second wheel, we keep the points of constraint at two locations. In a hypothetical extreme, if this tube were a banana, it could still rotate freely. Problem 3, air bubbles in the dispenser. The solution to this is a funnel. The liner needs to slowly drip down the center of the tube without touching the side. That's how those bubbles form in the first place. The funnel lets liner drip through this center hole and has vents to let the displaced air leave the tube. Problem 4, the dispenser itself doesn't work. This issue stems from the liner gently falling onto the wall and not sticking on the ID of the case. So instead of letting it fall onto the wall, let's just squish it directly on in the first place. And instead of spinning the case while it's dispensed, let's leave it stationary and squish the liner onto opposite walls to try and keep some symmetry. Finally, problem 5 is that the liner cures too fast. This one's an easy fix. I flew too close to the sun by mixing on high speed when we were prepping the first liner. The high speed created too much friction in the mix, which shot the temperature up and accelerated the curing process. I'll dial it back by mixing in the curative slowly, which will keep the temperature down, which will help the liner flow for longer. With all these problems fixed, let's get a new case.
Howdy. Put it in the trunk here. All right, that'll do it. This is perfect. You guys are saving my bacon. Oh, yeah? It's almost the weekend and I needed this too. Rocket? Yeah.
I don't think this guy recognized me, but he immediately clocked that I was making a rocket motor. I brought the new case home, cut it to length, polished it up, drilled the radial bolt holes for the forward closure and the nozzle, and within a matter of hours, we are ready to go again. Before casting a new liner, I took the old ruin case and tossed it on the upgraded spin casting machine, then sent it as fast as I could. I was able to get the lopsided liner tube up to 700 RPM, which should make the liner on the inside wall experience about 50 G. And we should be able to get those numbers a lot higher when the liner isn't asymmetric. So let's try it. Before mixing and casting anything, I used the spin caster to re-etch and reconvert the inside of the case to promote liner adhesion. I'll probably get into this in another video, but this stuff is nasty and it will mess you up if you're not careful. The best chemicals for rockets seem to be the worst for human health. With the case etched and prepped, let's make a new liner. I'm tempted to change the formula of the liner, but that's a topic for a future video. I do actually think there's a lot I can improve in this formula and get a similar performance while lowering viscosity and making it spread more easily. If you want to see those experiments, make sure you're subscribed. We set up a tarp on the ground and a ton of sandbags around the spin caster, then loaded curative into the mix. Going on low speed with lots of scrape downs, we kept the temperature low, then began loading liner in 1 cup at a time to the funnel. This did not work great on its own. The flow wasn't nearly fast enough because the hole in the center was too small, but I was able to force it through by pushing it down with my hands.
Oh, dude, it's like Play-Doh.
Massaging a warm, semi-liquid substance with my hands into a tube was one of the experiences of all time, but it did work. We tracked the mass of liner getting loaded into the dispenser with a scale to ensure there weren't hidden air pockets like last time, and then we loaded the dispenser into the case and started pushing. The dual nozzles on the end of the dispenser worked exactly as planned, squeezing the liner up against the case wall on opposite sides. The whole dispensing time took about 2 minutes, then we rotated the tube upside down for another minute or so. Obviously, the liquid liner slumps down the sidewalls a bit, so by letting it hang upside down, my aim was to keep the distribution symmetrical. Once it had settled a bit, I cranked up both motors and started spinning. It only took 15 minutes to get the entire inner diameter coated, and although I had to reach in and patch 1 or 2 spots with some extra liner, all in all, this attempt went much smoother than last time. Shortly after this, I noticed one of the O-rings driving the case had fallen off, but it turns out it wasn't just the O-ring, it was the 3D printed drive wheel. I shouldn't be surprised by this, but CNC spindle motors get hot, and that heat doesn't do very nice things to a 3D printed plastic part. Thankfully, it only happened to one motor, so I was able to fail over to the other one and keep the tube spinning as designed. This is something we'll need to improve before making another motor. The case and liner were spun for about 3 hours while the liner cured, and after it had hardened, we removed the end caps. The internal surface had a beautiful rough texture which will help propellant bind to it, and apart from a few sections which came out thinner than I had hoped, this liner passes. And like, demonstrably, it passes. Super 8 burned for 12 seconds, and the case remained cool enough to briefly touch just a few minutes after. For 12 seconds of motor exhaust that burns at thousands of degrees no matter which units you're using, that's pretty good. As for the spin caster, this thing still needs work. While it limped across the finish line for this motor, there are some obvious improvements needed. The dual motor CNC spindle setup is okay, but generally lacks torque. The O-ring drive wheels obviously need to be machined from aluminum if they're going to hold up in the future, and I'll want to keep checking on those wheel bearings. They did fine, but I'd expect them to fail at some point. There's a lot of spinning going on. As for the liner mixture, this needs work too. I really don't want to drop the Kevlar content, but this stuff doesn't flow well enough. More than likely, we can improve the pourability by adding surfactant. I haven't done any of this yet, and all of these upgrades deserve their own video, so watch for that in the future. I've got another video about this motor coming real soon, but if you're impatient like me and you just can't wait, I post updates every 2 weeks on Patreon about what I'm working on. That's how this project is funded, and I'm so grateful to the folks who support over there. And I'm grateful to you for watching. My name is Joe Barnard. May your skies be blue and your winds be low. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. What do you mean spons? What? Am I logged off? Bro, I have a headache. Is it Tokyo? No, we don't want. We want the multi-threading, right?
Man, put it up.
Just really means this. Output equals async this. These are the same. Now I guess use standard future. So if I have an async fn foo1, let's make this foo2. These two are equivalent. They do the same thing. In fact, this basically gets turned into this. So the async keyword on a function is not special. It's just a sort of transformation directive to the compiler. There are some differences, but we'll get to those in a second. Now, notice that this output variable for the future is the same as the return type of the function. So if this was a usize and it returned, say, 0, then this would be output usize and async 0. And what this syntax means, so we're returning some type, we're not going to name it, but some type that implements the future trait. And the future trait means it sort of signifies a value that's not ready yet, but it will eventually be a usize. So in this case, for the async block, do something on user input, and then we would a future is
like I think it will work, right? So basically we're okay, what do we have here? That's not correct button. What is the correct button? There we go. Wonder if we can just go. This is a problem. Do we have tests? We can do that first. That's a good intro. Set up test trust. Best get rider. I guess. No, in rest I think it's okay. Ooh, I don't remember. Can I go? Use function from different. Maybe this is too big of a project. Maybe I should find a smaller one. Oh, this is way better. External create bus. Is it implemented in a single file? Seriously? I guess? Can I do that? Is that good? I don't mind it, really. That was nice though. Okay. What is it? External mod. Create. Stage. Or not. Why not? What is this? Guess we'll just take our time here. Maybe do not need to include it. Can go. Guess time? I wonder if I just go. Um. Like this. Struct. Print it. I guess we can go assert that time to complete time to complete. I guess you just go assert avenue. That's better. Self to the start. Oh. Time. That this should be less than 1. This returns a duration, so I guess we go duration new. What is this? Whole seconds and nanoseconds. And nanoseconds, Jesus Christ, okay. So I guess, so 50 maybe? So there's a amount of time elapsed before an instant and now. Why can I not use this here? Oh, it's a solve thing. I guess, wait. Oh. Why can I not do it like this though? I wonder. Okay, if we say it has to pass. Okay. Can I? Is this integers? U64. Nanoseconds is to the -9, I think. Which means half a second should be 0.5 e to the 9. which will be 5. Can I go like this? That would be so cool. You know what? 1 is fine for now. Can I go? What's it? U32? Who the fuck wrote this? What? Where the fuck do I live? Hmm.
Okay, so hear me out. I know this might sound absolutely ridiculous, but I played around with it, and I actually think it's pretty cool. Like, I think it might actually be useful. So AI is a very controversial topic these days. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's scared it'll take over the world or it'll take over your job. And I mean, to some degree, I think I agree that might happen. And I know that there's going to be like some cult of purists who will just refuse to consume any media where AI had any part in the creation of. There'll be like products or works of art that are certified AI free, and that's fine. I mean, there are people who only like analog stuff. Like they'll only support movies shot on film, and they don't like digital, and that's also fine. But it's pretty crazy how all of a sudden AI has just become so prevalent and so competent it seems.
the cargo project for you. It expects that you're gonna make some modifications to the. Hi folks, welcome back to another stream. This time I kind of wanted to call this a Crust of Rust. I'm not sure whether it is. The boundaries a little ill-defined. The basic idea here. The basic idea here was to do a stream where we take an arbitrary crate that happens to be the one we implemented in the previous stream, but that shouldn't be too relevant to what we're going to do this time. And look at, okay, you've written the code, like you have a thing that works. What do you do next? Like this is the sort of polish part of a crate, but it's not just like surface polish. It's things like setting up CI. What kind of steps do you want in your CI? Setting up prop tests maybe. What do you put in your README? How should you structure your docs? What kind of options do you have for your docs? How do you get coverage testing? Like that sort of stuff. So in some sense, maybe you could call it hygiene. Hi folks, welcome back to another Rust stream. This one is a little different from... Hello folks.
Maybe we should wait with it. I guess. Okay, let's make a simple test only, and then we. So this will be. Guess I'll need this. And apparently all this. I fucking knew it. Fucking lying piece of shit. fuck, I don't care. I don't care. I do not understand logic here. Dot crate. Mod Desert. Okay. Should I do mod lib mob doc crate. So this will mod dot crate. And this will mod the desert. This will mod. I don't understand what this doesn't work. Okay, let's go back. We don't really need it. Oh, how is this again? Stage 5? Can you like this? Why am I not getting guess the leap here doesn't work. But why? Maybe do this later, I guess. God fucking damn it. Damn. I don't see it. Mod Hanabi. Mod. Okay, I guess. Pub mod models. This might even not be pub. Or not, I guess. Or not. Models. Models. Maybe there is a bit mod here. Ah. So then, what do we do? External crate. Maybe in lib we need to use 0. Okay, so we have some pub clue. We use clue and mod components. Mod components use self models imagine. Maybe I should just read about it. My god, something. Come on, dude. So it finds it here. Why the fuck wouldn't it find it? So can I go? Hmm. Wait, is this because the mod file here uses this? So if I did this, I can include stage. And then pub use stage here. No. Okay. I guess not. I don't fucking know. I'm not seeing the pattern. This lib file tells us that models stay. So why do I even need this? This makes the stage file public. So models stage know about stage. So from the search directory, we now know about stage. So this is directly search directory on main product stage. So if we would have wanted stage, this would have been pub mod stage pub mod models. I think so, like this. Alright. Would this see this? No. Only God knows. Only God knows. Then this is create rider. Maybe even rider. Yes. Location as well. Since this now is in the search directory. And API is also in the search directory. Damn. Okay. That's annoying as fuck. Okay. So now stage should have syntax. Or not. Fuck me. Option. Why am I not seeing this? Do I need to go stage types pub rate struct? That doesn't work anymore. Is it pub here? This is seeing the new function here. But the new function should maybe not expose this code. I don't know. And it's seeing the stage type. So if I go API. We need to build. It's in the mood to program. This is annoying as fuck. All this and we're not even doing the stage. What do you call it? Panic? No, I think panic is a macro, right? like, I think in the back of my mind, or in the back of my head, I thought this worked completely differently. This seems like a very bad way of doing it, because coding for a project and coding for Create is completely different, apparently, if I'm reading this correctly.
Maybe polish, maybe some combination. And, you know, I'm aiming for somewhere around 2 hours here, so sort of across the Rust length.
And so when it says cat file, it's worth pointing out that the stuff we end up with is just a binary blob. And so we don't. And that's really all we're gonna have on No, so what this session future is gonna resolve to, so we're gonna have a struct session future, and we're gonna impl future for session future, and that's gonna resolve into a session of type S. I don't know what the error is going to be yet. Which means that this is going to have to be async read and async write, which means this is going to have to be async read and async write.
Since now this is a mod, okay. Um. What's it called? Linting? Maybe if you go, what is that, cargo? New lib processing stats. I think so. So now, when we're including processing stats, what? I guess we can go. Uninstall import create stage. No stage in the root. This is incredibly annoying. Oh, that's good. That's actually very good. Maybe it was just rebuilding that was a problem. Web stage. I don't think you can print from the tests. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's say we're happy. Okay, we can call it this. I guess better is to go test get stage test get rider. Let's start. Let rider rider assert no EQ rider name. Yeah, I'm not looking. Okay. Time in no. Let time past equal to time instant now minus start time past duration. This should be. Can I compare them? Oh, we did that. Okay. Okay. You know, that's fair. So this is 1 second, so it should work with 1 second. Yes. 1/10 of a second? Probably not. No. Okay, so let's go. What's this? 5. Half a second. Okay. This probably depends on the internet, right? 2/10 of a second? No. 3/10 of a second? Yes. Okay. Okay, so we should force test get stage to be less than 1 second. How do we do that? So now if we look away from the time spent, let's get right there. It stops. Okay. Cool. Maybe 2 seconds. Maybe 2, you know? Nah, you know what? Fuck it. This should be 1. So, I guess the problem is our request function. That is just blocking. Let's piss. Does request have request rest async? Await, yes. Request get what? You need this like Tokyo. Ah, fucking no. Uh, can I not turn this out? This expects to be a string. This should not be here. How do I convert this to... Okay, we go. Yeah, you know. Fuck. Can I go? Implement future option result request. Opaque type. Implement future option result request response. How do you do this? As this will be used from everywhere. Fuck me. Oh no. Maybe Billy Balls has to do it. The problem is that this isn't a binary function in the same case. This is like a demicode. I don't know. Maybe you can. Oh. What was it? Please let me do this. I guess that's better. That helps quite a bit actually. What the fuck do you mean? Oh. Client, okay. What is this? An asynchronous client to make requests with. The client has various configuration values to tweak, but the defaults are set to what is usually the most common desired value. The client has connection pool internally, so it's best that you create one reusage. You do not have to wrap client in an RC arc to reset. Okay. Oh, it was not. Fuck. Okay. So let's walk through what's happening here, I think. We have some client, which I'm not sure quite what is yet. It seems like it's some tool you can make asynchronous requests with. Yeah, it holds a connection pool. So if you create one, you can make many requests without knowing the server. Or yeah, I think that's what this is used for. So you should maybe have like a get current client or something function. I don't know. And then request, we take in the current client we're using, and we make a new get request with it, and we return a result. What do you call it? A result promise future. Suspend execution until the result of future is ready. A waiting feature will suspend the current function's execution until execution has run the future to completion. That seems not what I want. You can try it though. Wait to see. So I think we can just call it this. Use lib. So then when we implement rider, we make request seems wrong. Damn, I think we might actually walk down the whole tree and make everything a feature. Um, I guess, yeah, that's better. Oh, maybe not actually. Would you pass any clients? Yeah, I guess that's more options for the user. Um, request client, create clients. This doesn't really work for this because create client here returns the future. So, or it does not apparently. I thought it would. I guess not. Why is this complaining? Expected an item. What item? Option self. Come on, give me a... Damn. Casper. Gonna take a while. Jesus. Twin Found Future. Oh. Okay, so how do I propagate the future up? I guess it's fine to have a wait here, actually. So when we get the HTML content, we can I go so now we have a result, we take the OK and up. Damn. Let me find future. um Suspend execution of the result of future is ready. Yes. Now we have a result, so then we grab the string. To option. So if we don't get the then we grab the option and try to convert that to the value or break. I think this is great. Option writer. Option self. Option. Guess you have to go await here as well. Then we're returning the option here as well. No, we want to return the option. Want. Damn. Is this correct, you think? Now, here we will Handles push. Whoa. Whoa. My sneeze just stopped in the middle of the sneeze. What the fuck? That was insane. I didn't know you could do that. I just discovered a new part of my body. Yo, yo, yo. So handles, I guess, is a temporary. Bro, some 2 days are so boring. Holy. Nå, må bare på noe musikk, you know? Hør på podcast eller sånt. Lydbok. Yes, it's fine to have. Great. Great clients. Look, my tweets. Holy. You know? Altså, forventet verdi er jo ikke opp til noe selv. Altså, jeg burde jo ikke opp den. But imagine the pack opening, holy. Det myter han på 20 likes. Ja, jeg skjønner. 24 000 views, holy. Blessed by the Cisco gods. Okay. Why no? Rider. Create clients. Pop, 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 pop. I guess we actually, you know what, let's move this to loop. Damn. What did we decide? Rider should take in or no? New. Ah, it was optional. Right. It's probably the best. And this should be optional. Client. What was it? Or else something? Unwrap. Unwrap. Else. Create clients. Wait. Right. Pub. Async faction. And then what? Await is only allowed inside async function. Yes, that's what I did. Async maybe. Pub async fn. Pub async fn. Interesting. Fuck. This sort of destroys it, you know. Since fuck. Okay, this is a stage. This is fine actually. Guess we can even throw this upwards. Not, I guess. I don't know why. But sometimes you just can't do it. What? Result string. Oh. Move. Can I move out client, which is can I go dot copy? Oh. . Okay, so new stage will stop, but that's good. We don't care about new stage, we care about new rider. Which I think is async now. Okay. Client create clone. Get start list should take in the client. Reference to request client and wrap or I think we're sort of guaranteed that okay. Now what was it? Let ID to string. If rider has some ID, some item. Let rider name be item value attribute ref split last. Very good code, don't worry about it. And then we go handles push Tokyo the spawn future async move rider new rider name. Client. Can I go some? What type is this? Client. Isn't that sort of the whole point, you know, with copying? Oh. What if I go like this? Does that even mean? Oh, can I go like Const? Then we can go. Oh. Wouldn't this await here? Can I go await? Broad values does not long enough. Okay. E dot wait. Wait. For handle in handles. Await. Vec join handle option writer. V push writer. Why the fuck doesn't this work? Option vec writer found future. Hmm. I go clone. Oh my god, I don't know. Okay, what if we go